is Corey. Okay. Hey guys, we are back for some more Phoenix Wright. And last time we have gotten deeper into the case and finally getting somewhere. Finally. So yes, we believe, well I believe, it's kind of obvious, that Chief Gant is the one who did it. Because apparently he's been giving orders to, what was her name? Lana. I was about to say Mia. No, it's Lana. And, we are going to prove if my suspicions are right. So, whenever you're done, Sheldon, take it away.
Yep. I'm just trying to set everything up.
Hey, Mom!
Bless you. Okay.
Bless you again. And some Vaseline.
Vaseline.
And another one. Bless you. He mentioned, she said Vaseline and then she walked away.
Who?
Bless you.
Now I'm sneezing.
Hi.
Mom!
Did you guys not just hear me sneezing? Okay, my nose, the snot's running down my face. Let me get a tissue. Jeez. Hello.
The tissues are out here. That's why I'm confused.
Ugh. What the heck are you eating now? Mom, I can't make my lips make the letter M. I need moisturizing. All right. I'm
Bless you.
still sneezing.
Enough. I did just say enough.
I walked in front of the air conditioners.
Right. Okay. Okay. February 25th, 9:47 a.m. District Court. Defendant lobby number 2. This is the defendant lobby, all right, but there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Edgeworth. Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 7777777 ID number is, that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True, not yet. Sora says, "Ooh, hello."
You just made it, Sora.
You just made it. Oh, I should probably make sure that...
Oh yeah, can you hear me?
Yep, okay.
Cool.
Cool. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes right, and Chief Prosecutor Sky will be found guilty. But she didn't do it. I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. Yes, I can. He can hear ya. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth? Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. Do you remember Christmas, Edgeworth? I'm sleepy, but no sleep, because Feeny. Feeny makes right. Fifi. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. He's like, he got me there. See you in court, right? But I might need to go get a hot pillow because my belly hurts.
Does hot pills help with her bellies?
I guess. This is it. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. February 25th, 10 a.m., District Court. Courtroom number 9.
And a cracker?
No, the cracker. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Chief Gant. Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, Algie. Been back to the pool yet? Whoa. No, I've been drowning enough as it is at my work. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours?
Wow. Everyone should have
Lana.
a tie like that.
What?
Everyone should have a tie like that.
Right?
Everyone.
That is to say, the defendant has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what?
Who's left? Sora.
Sora's in there.
Awesome, Sora.
So awesome, Sora. Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. Oh, no such ties. What's this all about, defendant?
I just like to make one simple request, and I'll be finished.
Wazoo! Well then, what's your request?
Your Honor, I like to put an immediate end to this trial. What?
Huh?
I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman. No, you didn't. You just told us. In the underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office.
No, Lana! I object to my own defendant. You can't. Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. Ignore her. Even though I'm defending her, she's wrong.
In that case, that's right. I no longer require your services.
Oh, she's firing us.
How do you fire your own lawyer?
But Lana.
Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has significantly
Sufficiently. Yeah.
Sufficiently proven its case, so testimony and circumstantial evidence.
You just say, Rosie, you're fired. That's how you fire your defense.
I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please.
Oh, I want to hear that song sometime, sir.
Well, the defendant clearly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise.
This can't be happening.
It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant.
I was gonna say that.
One moment, Your Honor.
I was gonna say that was Edgeworth.
Edgeworth's like, nope, not letting you end this yet. I need answers.
Mr. Edgeworth?
We didn't record it. How's the storm right now? Gone.
Cool. Oh, it gone already?
Yeah.
Oh, it was booming like crazy when I was doing PT.
Right?
Like absolutely bonkers crazy.
The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. So his excuse is, we haven't proven she's guilty, so you can't call her guilty yet. I definitely need to get to the bottom of this. I need the answers. I mean, she's not guilty yet. I've got to prove her guilty first. Yeah, that's it.
Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut,
I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant.
What?
Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. Because, like, I'm not going to say a word, I'm just going to watch all this happen. With a sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. This is what he canceled his little talkie-walkie for? That's all? Yep.
Some kind of deal, Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy.
I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness.
Oh? To whom?
As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony.
Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to
Representation.
representation. Wow, why could I not say that? I don't think we need to continue. I don't think we need to continue.
I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it.
Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request.
Can I have another cracker before I have to talk?
Another cracker?
Okay,
I'm hungry.
there you go.
That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? Worthy. You'll live to regret this. Mark my words.
Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation.
1 second.
You'll live to regret this, mark my words. Who's Mark? No, I mean, that I'll say that you... What? We got Edgy and Udgy and Righto.
She want a cracker. Big piece, too.
Oh, yeah.
My name is Emma. Emma Sky. What's an occupation?
What?
What's an occupation?
Job. Okay, I gotta run real quick to get that pillow. Okay.
Okay. My occupation, I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator.
2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct?
Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time.
Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant?
Yes, it most certainly is.
Yes, it is.
Well, okay then.
He sure gave in fast. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. 2 years ago.
It's okay. I don't think we've ever had like a girl that I done do a testimony.
What about April May?
Except for that one. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest.
It's a good thing you weren't harmed.
They passed out. I don't remember much.
That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder?
That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You gotta admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence.
Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination.
I think I might know.
Yeah?
But just I really don't think so.
Spitball. Go for it.
Okay. Remember how she said she stabbed the man? Stabbed Neil.
That Joe Dark stabbed Neil, yeah.
Remember the picture we found
Yeah?
under the back of the evidence list?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we should present it then. If we still have it. Like if we can.
We got the attorney's badge, we got Goodman's ID, we got the King of Prosecutors trophy, we got Edgeworth's knife, we got the parking stub, we got the blue badger, we've got Goodman's autopsy report, death due to loss of blood, 1 knife wound, died within an hour and a half 4. We got Goodman's note, we got Lana's cell phone, we got the parking lot map, we got the crime photo, we got the victim's shoe, we got the switchblade knife from SL9, we got the luminol, we got the ID card record, we got the fingerprinting set, we got the screwdriver from AI-16, we've got Goodman's lost item report, we got the evidence room map, we got the rubber glove from SL9, we've got the evidence locker, we got the unstable jar, we got Marshall's fingerprints, we got the security video, we got the SL9 incident files, we got Neil's autopsy report, stabbed in the back, died from punctured heart and lung, a knife tip was found in the wound. We've got the picture of the Gantt team, we've got the evidence list that was ripped in half, and we've got the piece of cloth that has Emma Sky's handprints on it.
How do we present the picture on the back of the evidence list?
Like that.
Yeah, but how do we present it to them?
What do you mean, how do you present it?
Oh, let me get, you just have to click on it.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. So yeah, this is what I would like to, I don't know if it's right, but it's definitely something.
Okay. Well, let me start by, tormenting her and pressing on everything. 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct?
Yes. She was second in command under than Deputy Chief of Police Gant.
Mm-hmm.
My sister. She was the best detective ever.
Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Sky used to be quite the pair.
I believe they shared the same office.
That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing the organ, that organ. I wanted to play it that day, too.
The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day.
Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work.
Man came running in and took me hostage. A man?
Yes, Joe Dark. She was a serial killer.
Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest.
When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right?
Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Sky in Gant's office.
There was a lot of noise coming from outside. Sheldon, what are you doing?
Okay.
Oh my god! Here, have some of my cheese.
Okay. Okay.
What happened?
You know how I get breakfast every morning, every Monday for everyone. I had half of a scone and a muffin, and I'm like, oh, I'm hungry. I'll eat those while we play Phoenix Wright. Mom put the plate on the table. The plate's gone. Dad took my muffin and my scone.
Dad ate his muffin. I love it. You can probably finish your cheese though.
Yeah, I am.
People
She doesn't want
have-
the cheese or the ham.
Wait, you didn't say there was ham.
I said ham and cheese.
You're like, whoa, wait, what?
You said you did not say. Can you pull me up?
I can. Okay. So there's a lot of noise coming from outside, so I...
Alright. Oh,
Once she's done chewing.
what are you opening?
Nothing.
What did you yourself say?
Nutri-Grain bar.
You gonna share that? Because I like those.
I get two.
Okay. Oh, I opened up the door to have a look. And that's when I saw him. Young Marshall rescued me.
What's the prosecutor doing there? That day there were two people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Almost forgot about Gant. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony.
I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark. Pillow acquired.
Oh. When Dark grabbed me, right, I thought I was good as dead.
And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in.
I don't clearly remember what happened then. But I'll never forget what I saw that in that instant.
Can you tell us about that?
Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Then, just then, the lights went out.
Pillow acquired, but now everything is warm. Ah! It's never right, is it?
The lights.
It was just about this time. It was just about that time of year. There was a terrible storm going on, and lightning struck nearby.
So the electricity went out.
Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right?
Right. But just then the lightning flashed out again. Flashed again. But just then lightning flashed again outside.
There you go.
So that sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind.
I see.
I told the detective about what I saw then.
The detective?
Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case.
Detective Bruce Goodman. The victim. Hear more or stop her?
Hear more.
So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago.
Yes. That's what's so scary about this trial.
And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw.
Yes, but at the time, the work just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture.
A picture? Yes, I think she mentioned that before.
Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough?
Ask about the picture or stop?
Ask about the picture?
This picture the witness drew. I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture.
Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor. I drew a picture of that scene once, but it seemed to have been lost. Wait a minute.
You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right?
Wait, we can do it there. We can represent it there.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I wanted to do everything I could to help the investigation. I can still see it now, whenever I close my eyes.
That's strange. I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died, yet I never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken.
But I did draw it. I swear. I'm not just imagining it.
This picture that Emma drew, that reminds me. I guess I should check the evidence again. Well, anyway, let's continue. This scene that imprinted an image on your mind. Can you please describe it to us?
The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest.
That must have been a real shock.
Even now when I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clearly.
Tell us, what were you doing at that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Dark was holding you hostage.
When lightning struck and the lights went out, Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. I was thrown aside, and the two began wrestling each other. I'm pretty sure I was watching then.
Emma doesn't have any reason to lie, but Lana sure does. I need to get Emma to tell me as much about this as she can.
I was waiting on my sister's.
No, we've gone back to the big.
Oh yeah.
So what are we doing?
Okay, I want you to go to the part where, okay, just skip over that. And skip over that. And skip over that. Now evidence. Not that. 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 That.
Mr. Edgeworth. This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence? Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold.
This is the evidence list for the SL9 incident.
Please turn it over, Your Honor.
Turn it over. Turn it... Ah! What's this?
Now turn it sideways.
Yes, what is that?
Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew.
Indeed. Two men appear to be wrestling here.
What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list.
Huh? These lists, they're different from each other.
What?
It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other.
So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? What?
Order! Order! But Miss Skye, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list?
Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questing room, Your Honor.
Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor.
Are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head.
If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list.
Yes.
Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth.
Give it to me.
Miles is gonna be like, I, never turned the paper over in 2 years. It's possible. Let's see.
Is something wrong?
Do you even have to ask? Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing.
Why?
You're never escaping the Blue Badger.
Why?
That's that thing. That thing that was dancing in the evidence room.
Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper.
Okay.
Evidence list restored and updated in the court record. Not that thing again, Sasora.
Very well, witness.
So now we've got...
Why? Just why? Why?
Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago?
Huh? Oh, yes, sir.
I hate this song. It's the worst song in all of the games. What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. Emma's picture.
This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant.
To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind.
Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw.
Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder Prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Is it really the picture you drew 2 years ago? Did you draw this picture right after the incident?
I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first, I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything.
Oh yeah, thanks to you guys, I know her name is pronounced Emma and not Ema. Yeah, it's Emma. Emma Sky.
Why, is it like pronounced differently in Ireland? Not Ireland. Netherlands?
Ireland. Whoopsh. During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Sky. 2 or 3 days later, memory should still have been fresh in her mind.
Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black?
The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows.
Huh, I'm Norse and from Ireland today.
Yeah, I didn't mean to say Ireland, I meant to say Netherlands. I'm sorry, Sora.
So at the time you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue?
No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning flash was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor.
You were knocked to the floor?
Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed.
Poor Emma. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flashed?
After that, I must have fainted.
But yeah, anyway, yeah, it's not Ema, it's Emma. No, it's just normally when an E is just before one consonant, it's a long E. E, not E. So.
Usually that only happens when there's like 2 E's.
Or if there's silent E at the end.
Or if there's a silent E at the end, which there isn't.
Like scheme.
Yeah, but there's not, so. So yeah, it's pronounced Emma.
Yes. Emma Sky and Lana Sky. Alright, after that I must faint. Okay. So it threw me off when I was playing on my own. Like, Ema? You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place?
No. I'm sorry.
The flash of lightning only drove off darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint.
Right?
Do you really need to torture this girl any further? What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here.
Anyway, this picture. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant.
Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw?
Of course. This is the exact thing.
It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives. Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated your memory, Mr. Wright? No, no, of course not. I'd better watch out, or he might find some way to cut my salary.
I did a picture before I turned it in from the detective. So I don't think anyone thought it would have influenced me.
Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture?
Huh? Oh, well... That's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind. And yet, there's clearly a contradiction here.
Is there? Is there?
I think that's... Yeah, that's all the stuff we have for SL9. Is the switchblade knife. Broken tip was found in the victim's body, belonged to murderer Joe Dark. The rubber glove. Extremely thin rubber glove. The unstable jar. The incident files, which basically just says that Joe Dark was a serial killer who's put to death. He killed 6 people, including Neil Marshall. Edgeworth was in charge. Lana Skye and Emma Skye were witnesses. Damon Gant and Lana Skye were the executive investigators, and Bruce Goodman was in charge of the investigation, and Jake Marshall and Angel Star helped. Neil's autopsy report: he was stabbed in the back, died from a punctured heart and lung, and a knife tip was found in the wound. And the evidence list that has that. And a piece of cloth with Emma's prints. I know what it is. I knew what the last one was. Like, there was another contradiction in there. I don't know if it's the same contradiction that you used this time. So, obviously there's a contradiction in the picture. What could it be?
I don't know.
Look at the evidence more thoroughly, says Sora. Alright, so we've got switchblade knife. Broken tip was found in the victim's body. Belonged to murderer Joe Dark. Rubber glove. Tagged evidence from the SL9 incident. Extremely thin rubber glove. You know this one too? Unstable jar. Evidence from the SL9 incident. Final fragment found in Chief Gant's safe. Blood traces. SL9 incident files, which we just read through. Neil's autopsy report. Stabbed in the back. Died from a punctured... Okay. Neil Marshall, 27 male. Date and time of death. February 19th between 7 p.m. and 7:30 p.m. Single stab wound piercing the heart and lung. Died from blood loss in under 10 minutes. Weapon found in wound was missing tip. The Gantt team picture.
Wait, have we ever inspected this?
This is inspecting it right here.
Can we turn it around?
No.
God dang it.
The evidence list, which has the beautiful picture. And the piece of cloth. A clear handprint can be seen on the leather cloth. The print belongs to Emma. I think I'll keep this information myself.
I don't know.
I will guess. Yep. Same contradiction that was in the last testimony. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction.
What? But. Okay. But I still remember it just like it was yesterday.
Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us.
Yeah, like the picture, on the picture, the contradiction's not as obvious as when she says it out loud.
What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report?
Fried chicken, mac and cheese, spinach.
Okay.
Go. Okay.
Okay.
That's dinner.
Beggars can't be choosers. The arm is supposed to make it clearer. Is it? Okay. What?
I don't know.
So what did the autopsy report say?
Stabs in the chest. Are we talking about Neil?
Yes, Neil.
Okay, 27 male.
Yeah.
Died between 7 o'clock and 7:30.
Uh-huh.
Died with a punctured heart and lung.
Uh-huh.
Knife tips found in the wound.
Okay. Also, he was stabbed in the back, not the chest. Goodman was stabbed in the chest.
I thought he was stabbed in the chest.
Why would you think that?
Because I thought that's what he said.
No.
I could have sworn he said chest.
No.
Could have sworn it said chest.
Nope.
Okay, then I don't know. I really don't.
Right? Exactly, Sora. So. Actually, I think I'm thinking of the wrong contradiction. So he died from a stab wound to the back, yes?
Yes.
Okay. What was he stabbed with?
A knife.
Okay. Where's the knife?
In his hand.
Does that look like a knife to you?
I think it's what's supposed to be a knife.
Okay.
I don't know.
It's my turn to be smart. Aren't most knives sharp when you stab someone with them? The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken.
Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright.
Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. The murder weapon? See the murder weapon? The tip is broken too. It's the tip.
If I recall...
What?
Its tip is broken too. I messed it up the first time. I messed it up the first time when I read it.
Okay.
The tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body.
Also.
Yeah, it's in the back. I could have sworn it said chest. I don't know why though.
Because the autopsy didn't say he was stabbed in the chest. Remember when I said that I was pretty sure about the contradiction? Emma said that she saw him stab him in the chest.
Oh. It was a conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer.
I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken.
Ah! What's the meaning of this?
Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there.
That's right. What does this mean?
The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, Wright. All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Ah! Okay, I need to reheat my pillow. I'll BRB. She nodded.
Order! 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 Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted?
Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story, there is a lie.
I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife.
If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife.
What are the chances of there being two broken knives?
Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there have been one? Emma's mistaken, or there is another one.
Is there?
Think. Is there another broken knife?
I think I have a bit of an idea, but I don't know how to show it.
Okay. Try and talk through it. What are you thinking? What's your idea?
There is, but we don't have it. Someone else does.
Who?
Probably Gant. Because he was the one who had it taken off. Because he was the one who had it, what was the word they used?
Falsified? Forged?
No. The word they used for taking it off.
Taken off? Removed?
What's another word for removed?
What was taken off?
I might be wrong. Come here.
Oh! The word is, yeah, removed.
Could have used that one.
So, you want to say there is another one and that's the one?
I might be wrong. Save just in case, please. I might be terribly wrong, but
If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by simple observational error.
Mr. Wright.
In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife.
I assume, then, that you have some information about this other broken knife. If so, please feel free to enlighten us.
The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon.
Go right. Again. It better be right. Because it's the only one I can think of.
If anything's broken here, it's you. Huh?
I'm sure this must all be very amusing to you, Mr. Wright. But may I remind you that the fate of Miss Lana Skye hangs in the balance.
Sorry, Your Honor. Please give me another chance. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon.
Okay, it wasn't that, so I have no idea. And I have no
It
idea.
was the badge.
No.
It was Goodman's ID.
No.
It was the King of Prosecutors trophy.
We already proved that. No.
It was Edgeworth's knife.
No.
It was the parking stub.
No.
It was the blue badger.
No.
It was Goodman dying.
No.
It was Goodman's note.
No.
It was Lana's cell phone.
No.
It was the parking floor, the parking lot map.
No.
It was the picture taken by Angel Starr.
No.
It was the victim's shoe.
No.
It was the broken knife.
No.
It was the luminol.
No.
It was the ID card record.
No.
It was the fingerprint set.
No.
It was the screwdriver.
No.
It was Goodman's lost item report.
No.
It was the evidence room map.
No.
It was the glove.
No.
Ah, second degree burns hot. Yum. Yum. It was the evidence locker.
No.
It was the vase.
No.
It was Marshall's fingerprints.
No.
It was a security video.
No.
It was the incident file.
No.
It was Neil dying.
Running out of evidence here.
Right. It was the Gantt team.
I don't know anymore.
It was the evidence list. It was the picture.
No.
It was the piece of cloth with Emma's fingerprints.
I don't know. I said no to pretty much all of these.
I'm going to go out on a whim. Nope. Okay. The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here inside this picture. This is a picture of the award ceremony.
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
It's the broken murder weapon.
Where?
Notice the award prosecutor Marshall is holding. We had to show a picture of the one that still has the broken knife.
Oh. That's a broken knife.
As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. That's not the solution I remember it being.
Order! Order! Order!
Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day.
So I was right. Ha
As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh? And why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors Award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. Oh!
But the prosecutor is the one who actually died.
That's true. What's going on in here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions.
Wait, I remember now. I remember everything.
Witness?
Mr. Edward,
What is it?
could you show me your evidence list again, please?
His list? The one with that picture scribbled on back?
I knew it. The picture. I'm the one who drew it.
What? You drew that?
That's right. The list wasn't torn in half that time. I drew this picture. All the time, I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have walked this far away. She's inside me.
Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Sky?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're the cause of my nightmares? First the knife mix-up, and now the blue badger? This should be interesting. Emma's recollection.
What's a recollection?
Remembering.
When I saw that man raise his knife. Okay. So when I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. She wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow.
This is certainly most unusual.
Try impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago.
Yes, well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Stop, please. Don't do this any further.
Lana,
What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair.
You can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that?
Chief Prosecutor Sky. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back.
Silence! The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant.
Seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. Emma's recollection.
When I saw a man raise his knife.
Hold it! When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark.
Yes. At least I think it was him.
You think?
All I could really see were shadows.
The power outage that immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecutor's office reports.
So then you...
I panic and rush toward both of them.
Why would you do something so dangerous?
What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall.
She seems convinced that Dark was the one holding the knife. But as we just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife.
Well, I didn't know it at the time. Then that dark guy knocked me out.
When?
When the dark guy knocked me down. All I could think was, I've got to help that other person. I think I knocked away the man with the knife.
What do you mean, you think?
It all happened so fast. And I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur.
Miss Sky was almost killed before she was witness to a murder about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural.
I saw the man about to stab the other person. So I thought it was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with his knife.
What you did was very brave, young girl. So then what happened next?
Just when there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger.
Are you sure about this?
Of course, see? They even drew a picture of him here.
But it was the chief of detectives who thought up this hideous beast. And that was just this year. The blue badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable.
I know it sounds strange, I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him somewhere before.
Remember, she said that too. She's like, he looks familiar. Have I seen him before somewhere?
Now I finally remember.
Oh, brother. Just when you thought that thing had caused enough commotion.
Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing?
He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow.
His shadow? So you mean you didn't actually see his face with its winning smile and all?
That's right. But I still remember it. He had pretty creepy horns.
This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken. That may well be. What's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh? And I suppose you have an explanation. If so, then by all means, please tell us what this shadow really was. What was it Emma saw when that lightning flashed? Who is this blue badger, really? I just might know, or I'm not sure.
If we had to say, I might know.
Just in case. The blue badger hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture. Yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the blue badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room.
Mr. Wright.
In this room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in that instant? Please show us this mysterious blue badger look-alike.
Not that. Not that. Not that. Not that. Not that. Not that, we have to prove it. Not that. 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 So yeah, go back.
You want to take a closer look at it? Peekaboo.
Keep an eye on it. Okay, not that. Not that. Not that. Not that. Not that. Wait, can I take a look at that picture again?
Which one? This one?
Yeah. I don't know.
So that's all the evidence. So which ones did you think it might have been? And we'll try one of those.
Ah! I don't know.
You had said, keep that in mind for one piece of evidence.
Yeah, I know. But now I'm not so sure.
Might as well try it.
I guess.
I want to show you something.
Of course.
The mysterious blue badger was in fact this.
But that's...
Oh my god, was I right?
What exactly is that?
I believe it's some sort of jar.
But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger.
Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint?
Our viewpoint?
I've got to show them the correct angle to look at this from.
Oh no, not like that. Little, there we go.
Well, is this a miracle or what? No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the blue badger. No. It can't be! Please make it quick, I can't stand the song!
Order! Order! The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this.
Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed? Very well then. Please tell us, what's different now that we know the witness saw this jar? Location, the murder weapon, or the murderer? Does it change who the murderer was?
No.
She saw the jar, so that changes who the murderer was. No? Okay. She saw the jar, so that changes what was used to kill someone.
Maybe?
She saw the jar, so that changes where she saw the murder.
No.
You said no? So it's gotta be this one?
Maybe? I don't know.
I'm gonna say, you don't sound too confident, so. Which one? This one? Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar?
Where?
The location of the jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant. But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself. Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room, in Chief Gant's office. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason.
Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright?
I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. We're gonna have to see this through. I hope you're proud of yourself.
Oh, man.
Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying?
That would have to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit?
The jar. Right?
Well, eventually he hit the wall and made the jar fly through the air, and that's why she saw it in a specific angle. But on his way to the jar, what would he have hit? A bird, an explosion, anti-gravity.
The suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword.
Yes.
Oh, that's what that was. I couldn't make it out.
The suit of armor?
Yeah, it was like cut off at the side. Sort of.
We even inspected it last time.
Yeah, that's what it was. I couldn't make it out.
And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes, there is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room.
Another possibility?
He would have hit Gant, duh. Of course the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless. I don't know if I can go through with this. Have you caught on?
Mr. Wright, what's the matter?
If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Skye knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall,
You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me?
remember, she pushed the man. And if the man hit the suit of armor and got stabbed, and Neil Marshall was stabbed in the back, and we've already established that she pushed Neil Marshall into the suit of armor, and he was stabbed by the suit of armor.
Okay, I get it.
Can you see why Lana didn't want us to do this anymore?
No!
Is it raining? No. That's the fish tank. I never imagined her testimony would lead to this.
So it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented.
What are you saying?
I'm sorry, Miss Skye, but given the circumstances,
Joe Rock murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin it, the crime on her?
imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it?
I assure you, Mr. Richard, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Cat has fishies too? Your fish tank's empty, right, Cat?
Yes.
No, I see a fish in that.
No, you don't.
I don't?
There are no fish in that tank.
Oh, yeah, no. Just a piece of gunk floating around. Yeah, there's no fish.
But I will get some. As soon as I can. Don't worry. I will get more fishies. I was hoping to get another eel. I miss Garu. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane
Allegations.
allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me. Do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall?
Evidence?
I'm willing to bet you don't.
Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence.
If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony.
I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead.
Yep. We certainly can't get dead people to testify. Why did you have to leave, Maya? This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Touché, Miss Sky. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility?
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one manner or another.
That's impossible.
Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist?
I've got to think back to the court record. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind is in the evidence or doesn't exist.
What do you think?
Oh, I know the answer.
Can you give me a hint then?
It is in the evidence. This message from the deceased is already in our possession.
Mr. Wright! Will you stop at nothing to prove my sister is a murderer?
Do not be mistaken, Miss Sky. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There's only one thing we seek. The truth. No matter how painful it may be.
Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased.
Can I go the other way?
Ugh. Okay. What evidence do we have that leaves a message from the dead? Is it our badge?
No.
Is it Goodman's ID?
No.
Is it the trophy?
Can I examine it? I would like to look on the bottom.
King of Prosecutors. The names of past recipients are etched on the plate. Manfred von Karma's name appears here too. How ironic.
Okay, so not there.
Is it Edgeworth's knife?
No.
Is it the parking stub?
No.
Is it the Blue Badger?
I don't even think we can examine the blue badger.
Nope. Is it Goodman dying? Was that
No.
the message from the dead? Is it Goodman's note?
No.
Is it Lana's cell phone?
No.
Is it the parking lot?
No.
Is it the crime photo?
No.
Is it Goodman's shoe?
No.
Is it the switchblade knife?
No.
Is it the luminol?
No.
Is it the ID card record?
No.
Is it the fingerprint set?
No.
Is it the screwdriver? Different case, remember.
Okay, no.
Is it Goodman's lost item report?
No.
Is it the evidence room?
No.
Is it the glove?
No.
Is it the evidence locker?
Wait, can I examine the glove? I wonder, can I look inside of it?
Nothing.
Okay, then no.
Is it the evidence locker?
No.
Is it the jar?
Can I look at it again? Check on the bottom. Okay, no.
Is it Marshall's fingerprints?
No.
Is it the security video?
No.
Is it the SL9 file?
Can I read them again?
Perpetrator was Joe Dark. He was a serial killer, and he was put to death. Edward Jones, Jason Knight, Edith Kirby, Rachel Moss, Jeb Bates, and Neil Marshall all were killed. Miles Edgeworth was in charge. Lana Skye and Emma Skye were the witnesses. Damon Gant and Lana Skye were in charge of it. Bruce Goodman was the head investigator, and Jake Marshall and Angel Starr helped. Is there any secret message in there?
No.
Is it Neil dying? He was stabbed in the back, died from a punctured heart and lung. A knife tip was found in the wound.
Can I read it?
I'm pretty sure she can. You're not colorblind or anything, right?
No.
Okay. She does have really bad eyesight, but she is not colorblind. She can see all colors. Neil Marshall was 27, male. He died. He died on February 19th between 7 and 7:30 from a single stab wound piercing the heart and lung. He died from blood loss in under 10 minutes. The weapon found in the wound was missing the tip.
Okay, so no.
Is it the picture?
I really wish we could turn this around.
Why?
There might be a message on the back.
There's no message on the back. Do you really think that Gant would keep a picture framed in his office that has a message on the back saying, like, Emma killed me? I, Neil Marshall, of sound mind and so far sound body before I bleed out entirely, do so forth say that it was Emma Skye, sister of Lana Skye, who murdered me in cold blood.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, so now... Can we ever actually read the evidence?
Nope. No need to.
Can we examine this cloth again?
Just a piece of leather with her fingerprints on it.
I really don't know.
So this is one of those times when it seems so obvious to me because I know the answer. Let's see. So, does this look like a message in any way?
I don't think so.
Okay. Does this look like a message in any way?
No, we forgot to it all.
What? You lost your breath there.
No, there was junk in my throat and it just suddenly stopped me from talking.
Mm-hmm.
You know when that happens?
Yep.
Or you're like not out of breath, but you just stop talking?
Yep. So what were you saying?
We already went through it all, so no.
Okay. Does anything there look like a message?
No.
Does anything there look like a message? I'm skipping to the next piece of SL9 evidence. Think about it. He wrote the message when he was dying, right? What was around him that he could have used to write a message?
There's space, obviously. The
Okay.
jar. I know
What would he write a message with?
probably his blood,
Okay.
but I don't see a message here anywhere.
Dark red stains must be from blood traces from the incident 2 years ago. Only the fragment found in Chief Gant's office still has lines remaining on it. Okay. There's nothing inside.
I really don't know. Really?
This is the message left by the deceased.
This is that blue badger from before, right?
Oh, is he? Oh, is he going to speak to? Is he going to just speak the killer's name?
If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here, on the surface of this jar.
What do you mean?
If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. It looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice. For some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away.
Yes, there's a line here, drawn in blood.
So what you're saying is that these dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments he had left to him to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away. But blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed direction. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent.
No.
Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us?
Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. I've got to connect these dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written, given the circumstances. A little smiley face at the end.
Yeah, I saw that.
His murderer's name. So now we can connect points.
So where does this one go?
Where does this one go? Where's the only... Okay, we'll start from the... We'll start from this one. So where can this connect? It obviously isn't going to connect to that. That's not a ladder. So it either connects here or here.
I don't know. I'm bad at connect dots. Oh. That looks like an F. No, wait, it's an E.
Can you read it now? It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind.
Of all people, she may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life
Was Emma Skye.
Seaworthy, can't say I didn't warn you.
Chief Gant.
Do you understand the implications of what you've done?
What? What are you talking about?
2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in that case, were you not? Ah. Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction.
But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable.
I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know we aren't defenders of justice?
What?
We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter, even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied.
So, yeah. The only evidence that they had, the only reason that they could convict Joe Dark and get him sentenced to death was because he killed Neil Marshall. And whoops, he didn't kill Neil Marshall. So they had nothing on him.
Keep going up.
Yep. Why do you keep slipping? Whoops.
What's going on at the prosecutor's office?
They might have sent an innocent man to his death.
How can he just stand there like it wasn't his fault?
Order! 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 The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. To be continued. Boom, 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 boom.
Where's that granola bar you had?
What?
You said you had 2.
Yeah. What, you want the other one?
Well, yeah, I'm kind of hungry.
It's strawberry, I warn you.
I like strawberries.
You're not gonna like it if I lick it. There we go. Cool. February 25th, 12:06. District Court. Defendant Lobby Number 2. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, yes I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You got a lot of nerve, pal, making detective run all around while on duty. And stop it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Take it Lana's having you run errands again. Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give this to you if there was a break in today's trial. Evidence law. Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day. You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department.
Is that right, Mr. Wright?
Strawberry granola bar.
Ow, 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 my stomach.
Sora said it, not me. It seems so.
You can at least have some study on the evidence law, really.
The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message.
A message?
She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're going to need this book.
Him. I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. Evidence law securely slipped into pocket from Miss Sky explains the 2 rules of evidence law. With a cute little picture on the front.
Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though.
Rules for submitting evidence. Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. So those are the 2 rules of evidence law. Is that any evidence that we use has to be something that the police says that we're allowed to use, and it has to be something that is relevant to the case in order to present it.
All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence.
That's where you're wrong, Detective.
Huh?
Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me.
Mr. Edgeworth.
The real trial today hasn't begun yet.
What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Skye found out she unwittingly caused a man's death, and now you're telling me you want to do more? You gotta be kidding me, pal.
You're missing the point, Detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there.
What?
And we're going to expose him, no matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. February 25th, 12:52. District Court, courtroom number 9.
Ow, 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 my stomach.
Okay.
Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Mr. Edgeworth,
Yes, Your Honor.
the inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions.
Thank you for the news, Your Honor.
Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness, but, this isn't easy to say. You see, there's some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have,
Struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witnesses?
I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone has been talking, and...
Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution.
A solution?
That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. He's like, you think I'm tampering with the evidence and talking to the witnesses and telling them what to say? Fine. Phoenix Wright calls all the witnesses now. That way, I am not tampering with them. You can't prove that I'm doing anything to the witnesses, because I'm not choosing who we call. He is.
What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing.
Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say?
Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial, because he knew that he was going to be taken out. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal.
Then it's settled. The, defense may now call forth the next witness.
Mr. Wright, you do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. The defense calls... The time's finally come to bring out the real murderer.
It always starts on him.
It just starts on Damon Gant.
Well, we know it's him. Well, I do.
Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand.
Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything?
Trust me.
As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Right? Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? Of all people that I can convince to do something for me, I'm pretty sure Damon Gantz is going to do the opposite of whatever I ask him to do.
True. Alright, bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand.
Okay. It's organ music, by the way. I don't know if you noticed that. But his music is organ music.
Thank you for summing that up.
Dun, dun, dun.
Witness, please state your name and occupation.
What is this, some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch.
Your name and occupation, sir.
Worthy, are you sure you want to do this?
Your name and occupation!
So, you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gant. Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police.
Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony.
Oh, righto. What's with the grim face?
First, let's clear up this SL9 incident.
Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already.
There are still some things unaccounted for.
Oh? Like what?
Like the role you played in all of this.
Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal.
Weapons?
Sure, take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to.
What? Is that true?
I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify.
Remember to have a second save. I'll do it now. Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks.
Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well. The witness may now begin his testimony.
SL9 incident.
As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Is that when Dark was arrested? Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Doc bumped his head. I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut.
If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I better hit him hard and fast.
Bless you. Bless you.
As I recall, Neil and I were questioning them that day.
As I recall, a ceremony was held at the police department that day.
Yes, that's right. I suppose you could say I'm a workaholic.
Workaholic.
After winning his award, Neil was all fired up too. That's probably what spooked Doc and made him run away like that.
Was the defendant Lana Skye also present in the room?
I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Doc ran for it. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either.
So the two of you ran immediately after him, right?
That's right, but Doc made it to the elevator first, so Neil and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs. I guess you could say he got lucky.
What's this about a power outage?
Oh, that. The elevator stopped all of a sudden and I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil was when that knife went into his heart, though.
That's not funny.
When I went to my office, I found Lana there.
Could you tell us what you saw?
It was a shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled up together.
Dark was also lying collapsed on the floor?
Yes, apparently he hit his head. Apparently he hit his head. It was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls.
Lana and Emma.
Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene.
How can you know that?
Because of the victim's body. It had already been moved.
So that means you found the body near Lana's desk.
That's right. I think you said earlier it was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor.
Yes.
Anyway, as you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery.
So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office?
That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt, but moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable no matter what the circumstances.
Is that how it really went down? Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, you'd be better off staring at the court record.
Were they? I was the smooth talker.
But which piece of evidence ties Gant to the forgery? Lana did admit to forging evidence.
Wait.
But that can't be the whole truth. Somehow I've got to link Gant to the incident.
I think I know how.
Yeah, how?
Pretty much, at the last sentence.
The last sentence, the one saying that he had nothing to do with the forgery? Okay.
Go to the evidence.
Yep.
Either we point out the jar again,
Right.
or the cloth. Apparently with the cloth.
If you really had nothing to do with the forgery, then how do you explain this?
What's that? And what's that on it? A handprint?
Chief Gant, your explanation, please.
I don't know. You tell me, son.
Huh?
My dear Writo, don't you know the second rule of evidence law?
Uh-oh, not this again. Evidence law.
Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial.
Tell me, how is that rag relevant to this trial?
It appears the defense was not prepared.
I guess it's too early to use this piece of evidence.
Please accept my profound apologies, Chief. Would you mind giving the defense another chance? Well, okay. I'll do it just this once, but only because you asked, Haji. Thank you. I assure you the defense is terribly sorry.
Yeah, sorry I didn't nail you.
Okay, but it's on the forgery sentence. I know that. So I guess it's the jar?
You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up.
Explain yourself.
Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example.
That's the blue badger you showed us earlier.
A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe.
Yes. Here.
Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk.
It was found where?
You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation.
Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this? Oh, here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy.
So you admit to it then, that you were involved in the forgery?
Who, me? Or do you mean you?
Me? Why would I have anything to do with that?
Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Wrighto?
However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation.
Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment.
What?
Who's Dick?
What? Dick Gumshoe. If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work.
Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office, and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My, kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together.
Evidence and forgery.
Sorry, evidence and forgery. Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment, and a list. For all I know, you could have planted them into my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Doc was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Arranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor?
When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I'm the chief of police, right? There will be consequences.
Oh.
Indeed, I believe I will press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief. Would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. Alright, Haji. In return, though, I know. That place, right?
Huh? What are these guys, telepathic?
For all I know, you could have planted them in my office.
I'd appreciate it if you'd stop making these ridiculous allegations.
Yes, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that.
What? I'll have you know, back in the day I once broke into a cattle ranch and tipped.
Mr. Wright, what are you saying? Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry in the evidence, can you? If you have proof to the contrary, you're going to need it later.
Later? What are you talking about?
What else? I'm talking about when Wright's prints are found. Yes, if they're found inside my safe, they would prove his investigation was illegal.
I'm gonna go to sleep, have a good stream, don't forget a second save. Yes, I'm not sure exactly when I'm supposed to have the second save, but... I've never faced anyone as slimy as this guy. Slurp well, Sora!
Slurp well. Slurp well.
There you go.
The voice did it again.
Yeah.
Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered.
What do you mean by that?
This is all purely hypothetical, of course, but suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery.
Before any choice. Okay. If concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery.
I'm not through speaking yet, Righto. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered. If they were found after Doc was convicted, then they're worthless.
Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation?
It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Doc was sentenced.
Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient? Right. The chief is talking about a possibility, so long as you can't rule that out. Your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time. Tell me something I don't know.
Come now, Righto. Think about it. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery.
How can you look me in the eye and say that?
Because I'm innocent. Remember? Who was it that murdered Neil? I'm not sure I care for the word murder here. But in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Skye. Well, now do you see? Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way.
Really, Chief Gant? At the very least, there is one very large benefit you've reaped from all this.
Oh? I wasn't aware. What is this benefit?
That would, of course, be the position you have, Chief of Police.
Oh.
The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive.
Ho, 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 ho! That's a good one.
Huh?
Do you really think I'm that incompetent?
What do you mean?
Of course I hid the evidence so I could get it. Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little.
Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes, he was going to be made chief anyway.
Yeah! Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at.
So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else.
Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it's out in the open now. Ajay, would you mind if I changed my testimony a little? By all means, please do.
Keep pulling out.
I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me.
Nothing in it for you?
Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again.
You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone.
Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised.
You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though.
Oh, that's a good one, Worthy.
Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out?
Would he?
Is there any reason why he would hide that it was Emma that killed Neil Marshall?
What do you think?
I think there was. He definitely has something to gain.
Save?
Yes, save. True, you might not help out anyone for their sake. But if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone.
Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand.
That's not what I mean.
Very well, then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence?
Well, obviously it's not him. Could it be Officer Meekins? Would he have helped Officer Meekins by faking evidence for the SL9 case?
No, I don't think Megan would have done something like that.
Okay. What about Jake Marshall? Would he have worked together with Jake Marshall to make fake evidence to hide who killed his brother?
Definitely not.
Would he have worked with Bruce Goodman to fake evidence?
No, I don't think so.
Would he have worked with Dick Gumshoe to forge evidence?
Definitely not.
Would he have worked with Lana Skye to forge evidence to hide who killed Neil Marshall?
I don't know anymore.
Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye, the defendant?
I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Skye fell victim to an unfortunate series of events, who would want to help her more than her own sister Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit.
Self-profit? What do you mean?
After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed chief prosecutor at the prosecutor's office, meaning that Gant had control of the prosecutors. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant.
But how would he profit from all of this?
He would have been able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations.
Do you mean to tell me that despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets?
I'm gonna go change my laundry. I'll leave you with that for a moment.
Why is the judge so dumb? She's so dumb. So dumb. So very, very dumb. Why, Your Honor, are you so dumb? Why are you so dumb? You are very, very dumb.
silence.
Oh, wait. You must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind.
Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive? To appoint her as chief prosecutor so you could control her.
Righto, my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something.
What?
Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing?
Lana... She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant. She's got no reason to now, though. Because it's already been proven that Emma killed Neil Marshall. So now she should be like, alright, listen up. Screw Gant. He did this. He planned the whole thing. He put me in the office so that he could control me. He's been blackmailing me the whole time.
I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture.
Unless that is also what happened in this incident.
This incident? Or which one would that be?
Of course I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her.
Worthy, you'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt.
Well, that's the least veiled threat I've ever seen.
Just what do you mean?
What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement.
What? What? Order! 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 I said order! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious.
Huh?
This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? That's impossible.
Or is it?
Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier to understand language. Mr. was like, no, I'll totally blame him. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. He's like, we're in this together. We're both blaming Chief Gant for this. There's no turning back. It's all or nothing. It looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this.
Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder?
Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell.
I see. Alright then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and it better be good. Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman.
You know what? Save. Save. Right here, right now.
Can't. I can't. As soon as this pops up, notice how it doesn't say options in the corner? I can't. I can't save.
This isn't good.
It's only worth 2 pips.
Yeah, I know, but still.
So, what evidence ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman? Is it our badge?
No.
Is it Goodman's ID?
No, what do you think?
Is it the trophy?
No, what do you think?
I'm not sure. I'm going through it with you. Is it Edgeworth's knife? No, we have already proven that that one was... Lana just took that out of his trunk to pretend to stab him. Is it the parking stub? Is it the Blue Badger? Don't think so. He died from one knife wound, died within an hour and a half of 4 p.m. Is it the memo saying SL9? Is it the cell phone saying that she called Emma and said muffler? Parking lot map, crime photo, the shoe, the knife with SL9, Luminol testing fluid. Do you think?
That what you prove at 77777
Right?
p.m.?
It might be.
Keep it in mind.
Half-written document dated 2/21 can only be submitted to the chief of police. Evidence room floor plans, a rubber glove from SL9, evidence locker, the unstable jar, Marshall's fingerprints, the security video, the incident file, Neil's autopsy report that he was stabbed in the back, the team picture, the evidence list, piece of cloth, and the book of evidence law. That's got nothing to do with Goodman. Like, I almost want to say that it's that. Because it can only be submitted to the chief of police. Meaning it only would have been sent. That would make sense. Okay. I might be grasping at straws here. But he finished it halfway, right? He started to write it down, and then he stopped. Why would he stop? Why would he not write a note to the chief of police saying, hey, I lost this, can you look for it? If the chief of police walked up to him, he'd be like, oh, well, I don't need this anymore. I can just tell you personally, I lost my ID. I'm probably grasping at straws. Or we can try and pin the 777777 on him. What do you think? I don't know either, so I'm just going to try this.
This is the ID card list.
Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 7777777.
Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number.
It's your number. Oh, did we get it right?
What? How do you know that?
The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code.
7 digits? You don't mean...
I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7777777. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. He doesn't look happy.
Order! Order!
Right.
Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulations.
I'm just gonna do that. And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card.
Chief Gant, so you admit it. You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. What about it? I'm chief of police. Whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom, what's the difference? I can go anywhere I want.
Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone?
I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room.
Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he?
Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days.
You hadn't seen him in days? Chief Gant. I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman.
What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt.
No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting?
In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime.
What do you think?
This has to be the answer at some point.
Yeah, you're right.
Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the Chief of Police.
Yet you're in possession of the report. Which means you can't be sure if he filed it.
He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day.
He needed to?
Yes, to transfer the evidence out.
Oh.
Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. Oh. So he went, I need an ID, and he went, well, you don't have time to get a new one made, and you have to go in there today, so I'll just take you.
I accompanied him?
There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room.
Hold on. Let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the Chief of Police, murdered Paul Goodman.
Exactly.
But wait. The Chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort.
Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you really had lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. Yeah.
No! Chief Gant, you didn't.
The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there?
I was at the police department the entire day, you know.
And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal.
Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so.
Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time I thought it was a useless clue, just taking up space.
How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence.
To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this.
I don't know.
Did he use the ID?
No.
Did he use the trophy?
No.
Did he use the knife?
No.
Did he use the parking stub?
No.
Did he use the blue badger?
No.
Did he use the fact that Goodman's dead?
No.
Did he use Goodman's note?
No.
What about the cell phone?
What do you think?
That's Lana's cell phone. He did not use Lana's cell phone.
Okay.
Parking lot, crime photo, his shoe, the knife, luminol, ID card, fingerprinting, screwdriver, lost item report, evidence, rubber glove, and now we're into SL9 stuff. I'm pretty sure that the answer is the one clue we haven't been able to use or think of a use for yet. This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body.
A parking stub? Miles Edgeworth.
You mean the body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car? I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car.
Of course! He was at the police department
And why was he at the police department?
to get that stupid trophy. That hideous trophy.
You mean I carried the victim's body? Precisely so. But wait, even you know, I didn't plan on returning to my office after the ceremony finished that day. But you did return. Tell me, why? Ah! I was asked to go. By Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. So you see, what you were really taking to the prosecutor's office wasn't the screwdriver. That was just an excuse. But the victim's body in your trunk.
Oh yeah!
Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car.
Yes, unless of course you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye.
Order! 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 What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations?
Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It's a photo of the body being taken from the trunk.
Chief Gant, please say something.
I believe
And
your time's up.
My time's up.
Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're going to make it in time for the early bird special. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet.
Remember what I told you earlier.
Our police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons?
Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? That is not a right to be casually invoked. There's certain risks to be considered.
So you're going to just run away after all this?
Run away? Don't make me laugh, Weather.
I stabbed old Goodman.
That's what you're saying, right?
But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well,
You think I had Lana dispose of the body?
if so, then show your proof and get it over with.
I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright,
Your Honor?
do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Skye dispose of his body.
Do I have any concrete proof?
we kind of have to say yes. But what do you think?
Honestly, I can't think of any proof. Do we have any proof that he killed Goodman? I don't think we have any proof.
But if we say no, we're gonna lose.
Well, can you... In any of that evidence? Maybe, says Luxo Voltaina. Hello, Luxo.
Hello.
Do we have any concrete proof that proves that he killed Goodman and had Lana dispose of the body? I mean, since Lana's not saying anything, I kind of feel like we have to say we have no proof yet. Unless you can think of any evidence that we've got that.
No.
It's no use showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence.
See, Ajay? In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief.
What?
Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, Righto. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Ajay, I'll leave the rest to you. I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency.
Wah! Lady Luck, Maybe we should have a word with her.
Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean?
There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. A lady who knows the truth. Another witness. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. But Chief Gann has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else. One more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room.
Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person?
Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today.
Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist?
I'm just gonna save again real quick.
Yeah, before anything else happens.
She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth...
Go right. Again. Can. There.
The defendant? Miss Lana Skye?
She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task? To dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with a certain someone's orders.
Mr. Edgeworth?
The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor.
Very well. The court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now in
Hold on.
Huh? Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat. Listen good, Lana.
He's talking to Lana.
I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences.
He is in a courtroom telling the defendant, you better not tell the truth, or things are gonna happen. Like, Judge, hello?
That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder.
Ah, this isn't good.
Of course, you'd never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. Alright then, I've got a lunch date to meet.
That bear in the next room is sweating with delight.
Okay, if there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess.
February 25th, 2:04 p.m. District Court. Defendant Lobby Number 2. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, Thanks to your help, Edgeworth.
That chief, he's something else, eh, pals?
So remember how you kept saying we always have to say that we have evidence no matter what? Now there's a new monkey wrench in there, because now sometimes we do have to admit we've got no evidence. Great. Detective Gumshoe.
I'm not a detective anymore.
Oh yeah, sorry about that.
Ah, don't worry. I've already decided where to work now. At your office.
My office?
Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with.
What do you mean? Maya?
We can go out and have cheeseburgers,
Mhm.
and I'll pretend to be, you know, your old boss. It'll be great, pal. Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. How is it he always gets the upper hand?
It's not fair he has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said?
But Chief, that is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered.
Risks. What did he mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true.
Oh, the girl.
I think. I don't know.
So let's just do it. Let's just do it together.
You mean he forfeits
That's
his
the
right
right
to
to
say
say
anything
anything,
too? Hey, she's back.
Hey.
Emma, are you okay?
Yeah. Playing game 2, I was in the medical office.
So yeah, since Chief Gant refused to testify, that also means that he can't argue with anything that we say. He can't testify, which means he can't testify.
I've been listening to the trial in the gallery.
So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before.
So don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I don't feel somehow relieved.
Relieved?
Yeah. Now I finally know what happened. To think all this time. Oh, sorry. My sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all just to protect me.
That's why she was so cold after the Joe Dark murders and everything. Because she was underneath Gant's thumb. She had to do whatever he said. He played with puppets. And she knew that her sister had killed someone. On accident, but she had killed someone. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her.
What do you mean?
What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside to force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do. That must be why she became so cold.
It was all my fault. All because I remember Mr. Marshall.
Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal.
She can't may be able to fool everyone else within his forgery. They can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into the armor.
I see.
Well, we better get back. It's time for the final act.
Emma, why don't you wait here?
No, I'm going with you. I want to be there when Lana tells the truth.
Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this. To be continued.
And I have another fight.
It's time to end this. It's time for the final part of the trial. Trial ladder? No. Trial ladder 2. February 25th, 2:21 p.m. District Court. Courtroom number 9.
Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, please take the stand?
Miss Lana Sky, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you.
Very soft and chewy.
Hmm.
But Mr. Edward, you already know everything. You know all I have done. You know all that I have done these past 2 years.
Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Sky. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth.
Of course, the truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll be your sister.
Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant.
Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant.
Keep pulling up.
Jeez. Slippery. Doesn't help that you keep wiggling off of the pillow.
Okay,
Gant and the fabrication.
what's the fabrication?
Fabrication, making something. So, like, making up.
I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago. It's all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I arranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Stark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma.
Are you sure about this testimony?
Your Honor, I'm confessing.
Confesticating. Okay.
Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure. But Lana!
If this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this.
That's what I've been trying to tell you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you gotta help her. She's sacrificing herself for me, because of me.
What if she's telling the truth?
She's not. I know my own sister.
I don't know why she'd hide it anymore.
Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony.
Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself.
The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Alright.
I worked alongside Gant for years.
Hold it! How many years exactly?
Ever since I made Senior Detective. Let's see. I was 24 then. So that would be 5 years.
Detective Gant and Detective Sky were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases.
She must have been good coming from the same school as Mia.
Oh, I thought that's a word I could not say.
What?
I thought that said a word that I could not say. I ignored the O.
Oh,
Damon Gant was a respectable detective. That's why there's no truth to this blackmail theory.
And you can say it if it's in the game and you're having to read it. But think about it, Miss Sky. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail.
You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as an idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And fabricated Damon 2 years ago all by myself.
Did you do so to help your sister?
Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life.
What she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything.
That's not the point. She was traumatized that day. All because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Lorna.
So that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago.
When I found Marshall's body, I arranged it.
Hold it! You say you did this all by yourself.
Yes.
Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene?
It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor report. Its knife was stuck in the victim's body.
What? But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident.
That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement.
You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark?
Something like that.
If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife.
Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle.
That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies.
It's all just to protect me.
So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to.
Yes. She didn't say this.
No, she's adding to the testimony.
I broke off the tip of Drake's knife.
Dark,
Why do I keep saying Drake?
because it's dyslexic Drake. It's almost spelled like Drake.
Tip of Drake's knife. And I said, dark, 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 dark. I broke off the tip of Dark's knife. Planted inside the wound, then moved the body.
You planted the tip of Dark's knife in the victim's wound?
And then you moved the body.
But why? Why would you do that?
You of all people should know, Edward. You've always had a good head on your shoulders.
My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of the others. Why did you plant the knife, or why did you move the body?
What do you think?
Well, I mean, it's pretty obvious why she planted the knife.
Okay, wait, what?
She said that she broke the tip off of the knife, put it in Marshall's body. She then moved both bodies over. So, what's the more pressing question? Why did she plant the knife, or why did she move the body? Which one don't we have an answer to?
I don't know.
Well, why did she plant the knife? Why would she plant Dark's knife in Marshall's body if she wants to get Dark convicted?
Okay, so I guess it's why you moved the body.
When he showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body?
It was where you deduced it was. By Chief Gant's desk.
But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there?
The reason for that is simple.
Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Sky moved the body.
The pieces of that jar were pieces of the jar that shattered during the event for my plant.
Pieces of the jar? You mean...
Yes. That wretched jar you showed earlier. In order to show that Dark committed the crime. I felt it would be more expedient.
Expedient. But expedient means the same basic thing.
Expedient?
Faster.
Expedient to move the body.
Expedient means like faster and fast and easy. So, when you first found the body, the jar was already...
Of course. It had already been shattered to pieces. If you look at the crime, if you look at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened.
Ugh. Bye, Flana.
Jana. Neil Marshall was dead, and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle.
I see.
What's the matter, Emma?
Apparently the jar shattered at the time of the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there is more to it than that.
There must be a contradiction here somewhere.
Anyway, I committed this fabrication completely alone.
So you rearranged the crime scene. Are you sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like the murderer?
How many times do I have to tell you, Mr. Wright? Emma didn't do it. Period.
Are you so desperate to hide that fact? You're willing to risk the death sentence?
She's lying. She did it so I wouldn't be blamed for what happened. In any case, as prosecutor, what I've done is unpardonable. There's nothing I can do to make up for my actions. Mr. Wright, my sister's lying.
Looks like she's determined to protect you to the end. She insists she fabricated the evidence by herself.
There's no way she could have done it alone.
I've got to get Lana to talk more. If she's lying, then she's bound to slip up and make a contradiction. Do you notice the contradiction?
No, but I believe my voice is dying.
Hmm.
I know my voice is dying. Can I have another bite?
Your hint is I'm pretty sure it's got to do with this. So she says the jar broke while they fought. And so I had to, move the bodies to the other side of the room. Why would the jar mess with her plan? Remember what her plan actually was. To make sure that Emma didn't get in trouble. So how would the jar ruin that plan?
Oh God.
What?
Taylor.
Yep. For the car.
Show the jar. What does the jar say?
Nothing.
No, and what does the court record say?
Oh, final fragment found in Chief Gant's office. Emma is written on the surface in blood.
Oh yeah.
Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister.
You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered?
If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I'm compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony.
Problem with that?
It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood.
Yes, the prosecutor must have written in his final moments.
Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died. Do you think he went, oh, let me find all the pieces that line up there and then write Emma's name and then scatter the pieces again? That wouldn't make sense. He wrote the message on the vase before it was broken. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar.
Order! Order!
Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical? Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we're headed.
What?
Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth.
Very well. The witness may now continue her testimony.
Jar and message and blood.
I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar. But it was dark in the room, and I didn't have the time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I was sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before it was discovered.
You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood?
I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence.
Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Yeah, like why else would she destroy the jar saying Emma? Why would she try and hide the message? So the jar was already broken.
It's a miracle that thing hadn't broken earlier.
It certainly looks as feeble as the defense's case.
But not as feeble as the judge's judgment. You were an ace detective who never missed a detail. Do you really expect us to believe you didn't investigate what was written on the jar pieces?
Normally I would have.
So you didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar?
No, if I had known, I would have gathered all the pieces on the ground. I would have gathered
Yeah.
all the pieces
Huh?
and ground them to dust.
Well, that helps my case.
Why not? You do that for me?
It seems you two might make up yet.
Anyway, I just barely had enough time to move the body as it was.
If someone happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to erase the evidence. You must have been in a hurry.
I was. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came.
This is rather shocking.
I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened.
What do you mean?
If you really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood.
What else could I have done in that situation? Lana. I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces.
But how could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office.
A detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now, I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me. Even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol wherever I go. I never miss anything. I got every last piece.
So you illegally rearranged the crime scene.
Yes. I don't have any excuse for my actions. So sorry, Lana. I didn't know. I treated you so badly. All the time.
It's not too late. There's still plenty of time to make up. After we've gotten to the bottom of this incident.
No doubt this day will leave a permanent stain on the history of the prosecutor's office.
More contradictions have surfaced in her testimony.
Your sister's really putting up a fight. She must really care about you. Still, she's not doing this the right way. I think I finally figured out the contradictions in her testimony. There's one final possibility that might turn everything around.
Can I remember the last bite before?
Last bite. Alright, so. She noticed the blood traces on the jar. Do we have anything that can prove her wrong there? It was dark in the room and she didn't have time to check it out. Do we have anything that can prove that it was dark, that it wasn't dark in the room? To be safe, I wiped away... A what? Yeah?
You don't carry the pocket when you're hurt.
Yeah, that's not evidence. We can't prove that. Even if she had a flashlight, using a little pocket light to try and see everything. She said she barely had enough time to move the body. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. Can you prove her wrong there?
She wiped away most of the blood.
What didn't she wipe blood away from? What didn't she wipe blood away from?
The jar.
Okay. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. Can you prove that she did not get them all? How?
Show the jar.
Miss Sky, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of. Hmm?
Okay. What?
We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe.
In the chief safe? But how?
I knew it. She really didn't know that Gant was holding on to a piece of the jar. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it.
But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them.
Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you.
But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece?
I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective.
That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Can you believe that?
Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken.
Oh, that.
There's no way a name could have been written on its shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness.
Hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant. At the time, he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even if he was there first, why would he break the jar?
The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? What? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that?
No! Wait, I'm not the one on trial here. Why am I having a breakdown?
Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposefully hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called? Fabrication of evidence.
But why would Chief Gant do that?
In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear?
What happened afterwards?
Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma. And therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became the Chief's puppet.
No. I did it on my own. Please, Sid. Stop trying to protect the chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says, but defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients.
Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client.
I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth.
Wait a minute.
Twist the truth.
What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap?
Is something wrong, Mr. Wright?
Lana, maybe right after all. What do you mean, right?
So you tell us it.
Yeah?
So you do tell foul lies, then, Mr. Wright? Oh.
Miss Skye, please testify once more.
But
If evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie.
But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall.
Miss Skye, if you will.
I can't.
There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will, if you tell the truth.
Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw.
All right. The witness may testify once more, for the final time.
Actual crime scene. So this is what she actually saw.
Can I have a drink? Okay. Okay. I have a feeling it's going to be a long one. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled. It's on that suit of armor sword. And then Drake. Why do I keep saying Drake?
I don't know.
Dark. Were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had T-Can't help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent.
Lana's like, okay, I'll tell you the truth if it means that Emma might be innocent.
Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor sword.
You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof.
Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning.
What? To me?
It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed.
But I don't remember receiving a picture like that.
Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright, she really does have faith in you.
Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture.
I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana.
Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right?
I seem to remember getting something from her then.
But check the evidence again. That evidence again. There must be a picture in there somewhere.
What did she give us this morning?
The only thing I can remember her actually giving us is a book. Turn it.
Oh, hey.
Hey.
Hey, there's a picture here.
Oh, alright. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this. Because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had arranged everything.
Lana's picture inserted into the court record. Crime scene photo from the case 2 years ago taken.
I can't gasp. Mr. Wright. That piece cut from its chest. That piece cut out from its chest. Could that be that piece? Yeah, piece.
Yeah.
Cut out from his vest. Could that be?
The cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe. What's this?
This is a handprint, isn't it? That cloth. It had fingerprints on it. So that fingerprints were must have been the real murderer.
What? Are those fingerprints? They're yours, Emma.
Why are your lips turning purple, Mr. Wright?
Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we shouldn't be able to flush out the real murderer. Or we should be able to flush out the real murderer.
Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Excuse you.
What?
Come now, Ajay. I'm going to interrupt the trial. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. Chief Gant. What? Now you want to make me out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense.
I'm afraid it's too late for that.
What?
You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort.
Thank you, Edward.
This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck.
Ah, so what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements.
What do you mean?
The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't. But someone does. Someone? So, what's your excuse, Righto?
Why have you been keeping quiet about it?
You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death. Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt. Is this true, Mr. Wright?
If I show that piece of evidence now... Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer.
Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now. And if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries.
What do I do now? I better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall?
What do you say?
I don't know. I think we call his bluff. Yes, Your Honor. I do have further evidence.
Alright, the time's finally come to show it to them. Those things have got to be the chief.
Now then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall.
They're not gonna like this.
Right.
It's a piece of leather cloth.
Yes, it most likely was cut from the victim's vest, near his chest. What's this? There's a big handprint on it.
Surely it must have been left on the cloth by whoever shoved the victim into the sword. What? Whose fingerprints are on this? I'm sure Righto has checked, haven't you? Well, whose are they?
They're Miss Skies. Miss Emma Skies.
What? What? They're mine? So I really did do it.
See? I told you it was conclusive.
But this was found in your safe. That means it's possible you forged it.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't remember any cloth in my safe. Do you really expect me to believe that?
But... Give it up, Mr. Wright. It's over. You shouldn't have presented that. By presenting that evidence, you tied Emma Sky to Neil Marshall's death. No.
It appears we have our killer.
No! 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 Everything hinged on that point. In the end, Lana alone was found guilty on all counts. And that's why we saved. Okay, so we do have to lie and say we don't have evidence. If I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer. I figured we had to call his bluff and be like, yeah, but look, like when she found his body, the piece was already cut out of his jacket. Meaning someone already got there before she did. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time.
What? You lie! Chief Gant, you opened my safe. I know you took what was inside.
Oh, he's just gonna incriminate himself here.
The conclusive evidence.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Eddie had a huge grin on his face.
Right? He's like, I don't know what you're talking about. Why don't you tell us?
You know, the handprint of Emma Skye that's on the leather that I kept to my say. I should stop talking.
Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? That together.
Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it.
What are you talking about, Chief Gant?
Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? It looks like part of it's been cut out for some reason.
You mean you had this in your safe?
What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department.
You just did that to yourself.
Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean you admit it? You admit to it? I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana.
So you really were manipulating her.
I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, that when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid.
So you assisted Miss Skye?
I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room.
And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted.
When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid two pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you.
Two pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe?
But why? For insurance, of course.
Insurance?
I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence? What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces.
But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar, too?
Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance.
You mean that piece of cloth?
Come on, Righto. Cough it up already. I know you have it.
What you waiting for, Mr. Wright?
So you admit to it then, Chief Gant, that you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe.
Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all, but it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Righto. You should have known it then before it was too late. You should have shown it then before it was too late.
It's been a long battle. But the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine.
I don't know anymore.
I'm pretty sure I know. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now.
Alright then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall.
Maybe we were supposed to say no again. It was the book!
Mr. Edgeworth, your opinion, please.
I
think Mr. Wright's humor has improved at the expense of his defense.
Better polish up your defense, Mr. Wright.
Do we say we can't show evidence?
don't know.
We'll try it. No, it's too late to show the evidence now. Besides, even if I did, it just exposed that poor girl's fingerprints. Right. Think hard over the circumstances. The circumstances? I'm talking about then and now. There's one major difference between the two. Weren't you waiting for that difference? So, Edgeworth figured out my plan.
Mr. Wright, this is your only chance.
Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now.
Alright then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall.
I don't know who else it could be. Or rather, what else we can use.
Keep pulling out.
Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest.
Oh, yes. At last, you finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth.
Your Honor, prosecution requests that be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather. There must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly.
You mean...
It could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence.
You're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy.
What?
Think about it. Wright had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be?
You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that?
But Mr. Wright, do you really know?
Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they?
Very well. I'll tell you. It should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. The person to whom these fingerprints belong to is...
I don't know what to say.
We know who they belong to.
Yeah, but I don't know what to say about it.
They're Emma's.
Yeah, but are we sure we should say it to Emma?
Yes.
Emma Sky.
What? They're mine?
I'm sorry, Emma.
But mine. Why didn't you tell me?
You're really something, Righto. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin the murder on me. So it's true. Tragic but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death.
How could you? You monster!
Miss Sky.
You knew whose fingerprints were on. Or all along. Yet you You acted like she really didn't.
Miss Sky, it's not over yet.
What?
I said this trial isn't over yet.
Ha! But I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer?
Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up.
Oh? And what's that?
Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall?
What?
Chief Gant, you're absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask?
It was Emma Sky, wasn't it?
I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction.
What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about?
I'm talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is.
Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth, what could it possibly contradict?
Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth.
Something. I don't know.
I'm pretty sure I know what it is. So look at the... If I can get it turned the right way. Look at the cloth.
Yeah.
And there's the picture of his jacket.
Yeah, there's blood all over it.
Yeah.
No blood on this. There's no blood on this. Haha!
And what exactly is this supposed to be?
This is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out?
Yes. His shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though.
Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs no doubt were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth.
Oh, but that piece of cloth.
It's perfectly clean.
Wait. There's no blood on it. Ah!
Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time.
No, this is nonsense.
Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Sky, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armor sword? Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood, a jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. and make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest? Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer. Because he cut out the piece of cloth, but it didn't have any blood on it. He wasn't dead when he cut it.
No!
That's just terrifying.
Right? It's finally all over. Oh.
Oh, that was close, Writer. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. What do you mean you refute his allegations? You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence. Order! Order! What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, RG? Earlier, old Writer here concealed that piece of cloth. So then, what's your excuse, Writer? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you?
Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time.
Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence.
But that's not there.
Did you actually think you could best me in court? It looks like the last laugh's on you, son. I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth?
True. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal.
Well, Mr. Wright?
It seems, at last, the time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived.
Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? That you purposefully and illegally concealed this piece of cloth?
I did or I did not?
I don't know.
Well, if we say that we illegally concealed it, then
Okay.
we lose.
Yeah, okay.
I did
Okay.
not. I admit I refused to present it at one point.
So the evidence is illegal.
I wasn't finished, Chief Gant. No, it isn't, Mr. Gant.
Huh?
It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't.
What do you mean you couldn't?
There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence. Remember the 2 rules of evidence law? You have to have the police's okay, and evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial.
No, Reggie, don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward. You can't really believe.
Edgeworth's like, no, let him talk. There's only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not?
Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Earlier you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now.
How can we prove that not showing the evidence was not illegal? That it wasn't illegal. Meaning we need to find something that deals with
Law!
the law. What do we have that deals with the law?
Give me the book.
This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law.
What's this?
I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more.
What?
You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself, inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department. Rule number 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here is the crux of the matter. You see, at the time it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. I couldn't prove it was connected to the case, so I couldn't show the evidence.
I wouldn't have it if I didn't think it was worth it.
What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture, and...
Sorry, but can you recall, when was that picture presented?
That was shown only a few moments ago.
After we said that we didn't have any evidence. Then we showed the picture.
No.
He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest.
Oh, yes. No!
Phoenix, even gave him an out. He's like, let me make sure I heard you right. You personally cut that out of the victim's vest.
Yup.
Then I guess that means that this is now considered real evidence. Oops. It was then that you approved this cloth. He approved it.
Him of all people.
Because he said, yep, I cut it out. That's evidence, all right. Okay, yeah, you're right. It is evidence. Thank you.
Your dad.
As conclusive evidence. He himself said it was conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. And there's only one person who that could be. Damon Gant. The killer was you.
I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years, he's been snooping around the department, trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me.
Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty.
He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Starr, then convinced Bruce Goodman.
Detective Goodman?
Yeah, that's right.
He even talked to Bruce Goodman and said, I want you to reopen the case, partner. Goodman was probably like, yeah, sure. Hey, I want to, you've got doubts, I want to put your doubts to rest. If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you gotta help me.
Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit.
He stole Goodman's ID and card and tried to take the evidence.
Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman?
Can you please reopen the investigations, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered.
He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said,
It's not too late. I'm going to hand all this over to Marshall.
Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it. That accursed knife.
I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake. The bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker. Remember, I had no prints because the person was wearing gloves? I used to be known as the crime computer. But everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. Notice what he's wearing. Gloves. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car. I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Ugh. Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how? How could you get Miss Skye involved in all of this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out. So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker. I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. So, you left the jar fragments in the glove. Yeah. It looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Udgy. What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, Damon Gant. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator, an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Udgy. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Wright here, and Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning. Yeah, that seems about right, says Luxo. 11 minutes ago that I didn't notice. There are two things I want you to understand.
Yes?
First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Skye, you no longer have any reason to keep silent.
You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had Gant help me forge evidence up till today.
So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered.
I'm sorry, Miss Skye. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble.
My. What high standards you have for a rookie. I could see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you just might make it to the top.
Oh, she's smiling.
I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright.
Miss Skye.
And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You suffered every bit as much as I have over the past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you.
It was nothing. Liar.
There's a hair on my chin.
Oh, you're growing your beard.
I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth.
Stop it. I only did my job.
In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Skye,
Yes, Your Honor?
you are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is, you still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date.
Yes, I understand, Your Honor.
Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling?
It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains. Like, I finally don't have to listen to that stupid guy anymore. My sister's innocent.
Exactly.
Duh.
She's had so much guilt pent up for so many years.
Well, this trial has gone on far too long already.
Tell me about it.
Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Skye,
Not guilty.
That is all. This court is adjourned.
February 25th, 5:03 p.m. District Court. Defendant lobby number 2.
That was closer than our last case.
Right? At long last, it's finally over. Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit.
No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended, I could see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You suffered as every much of that as I ever. Wow. I can't say it anymore. You suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few years.
Days.
Days, why did I say years? You've done well. You know, I did my best too. But I didn't say a single word to me.
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe!
That is it.
You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making the detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here? I've seen happier people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding.
Oh. Are you here because my sister coming here?
Nope, not this time. I came today because of you, pal.
Me?
That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone.
Hey,
Lana.
should you be doing this? Because she's still arrested. And he's like, oh, I'm on the way to the police station. We're going to swing by and go see your sister. She's still under arrest, you know.
Well, I won't tell if you won't.
Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day, 2 years ago. Was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis. I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for you, for your sake. But now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing.
Distancing.
Yeah. Myself. But I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did.
Well, yeah, what would be the point of covering up your sister's murder case if you then told your sister that she murdered?
I was scared. Scared that you look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared how you'd react if you knew. That's it. You're only doing it for me. No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day. Hiding what I believed. Hiding what I believed to be the truth. I was deceiving you. This. I'm such a fool. I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. That's it. You don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know this? I always knew that one day you could come back. And now you have.
Hey!
So Emma.
Yay! No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in so doing, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it is from there that we can move on toward a brighter future. At least that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up.
Mr. Wright. Mr. Gumshoe.
Me?
Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth?
Edgeworth?
Stop hiding and come over here.
I wasn't hiding. Where was he hiding? I just came to say, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Right. Well, I'll be going now.
Wow. That guy really has problems showing his emotions.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly,
Yeah.
not you.
It's too late for me. Didn't he say that in the last trial, too?
Yeah, I think he did.
We're like, Edgeworth, what happened? It's too late for me.
Yeah, a few times.
No matter what anyone may say, I realized today that I can't correct my mistakes.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right.
You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone.
I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did.
Psst. What do you think about getting another rooster?
Are you sure?
Look at that hair. Look at him. Hold it. Look at him. Look at him. Is that not the craziest freaking rooster you've ever seen in your life? Look at him.
Wow.
He's nuts. This would be a hey.
Right.
Is it Tom?
Look at here. It looks like him.
That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor.
Edgeworth. Don't you understand? Damon Gant and you and your mentor. Manfred?
Mm-hmm.
Manfred von Coma. We're both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said in order to fight crime on my own, I would need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright. And because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright?
Huh? What? Oh, yeah. What is this, a pop quiz?
Come on, Mr. Wright. Show them what we're talking about.
Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. Something that we had to work together on.
What do you think?
Something that we had to work together on.
Go for it.
Take that!
That's the picture I drew.
Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence list, and I had the other. That's nice, but did you have to scream, take that, and shove the paper in my face? Take that! Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture.
That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edward.
It's time for me to go.
Mr. Edward.
If you'll excuse me, there are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Edgeworth, what will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember, you can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know, it seems I owe you my thanks too, right? But what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell.
I better be going too. Okay, but I'll be by the business soon. That's too many meetings. It seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you. Scientific investigation. It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will.
One last smile. And so, another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself.
Well, don't go checking off just yet, pal.
Huh? What is it, detective?
There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this.
But
I thought you said it was okay.
Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story.
Huh?
Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either.
Huh?
way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side.
Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright here's the one who will be footing the bill.
Huh? Huh?
What, you think I could afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal.
Huh? Huh? Huh?
Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best.
Wow.
So he went, yeah, Phoenix Wright will pay you if you let us sneak her out for half an hour.
Why is it I suddenly feel like I want to scream?
Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together?
Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys, let's go. And these are how the credits are done. I arranged a friend of... dang, I can't do it.
Arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. I hope she'll be pleased to study under her top corner. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor's office. Still, I'd managed to find my way back to the field somehow. Then, I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma.
I like how we're doing this.
Right?
Yikes! I thought I was a goner for a moment there. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation at the chief's office. If we penalized you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. It just goes to show, you can't shake me off that easily.
No one can.
Right. But you lost the case. You don't get any money. What? No, we won the case. We were protecting her from murder. Nothing else.
My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard. My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them, though. Someday I'm going to make detective. Yes, sir. Then I can be just like that Dick Gumshoe.
Oh! Just because you proved your defendant was not guilty of the crime of murder doesn't mean she's still not innocent. She was still convicted guilty. No, she wasn't. She was convicted innocent of, what is it?
Can't you see I'm having me a showdown with a steak lunch partner? Miss Starr managed to sneak this into me. She's seeing one of the guards, it seems. Well, cowboy, looks like you did it. You even gave Bambina back her smile. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their water?
The case was only to see if she murdered someone. She hasn't been convicted guilty of anything.
Nope.
Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu. The Right Way lunch. The top layer tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is as sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around exam time. Just make sure not to eat it backwards.
I like how they're using fingerprinting stuff. The aluminum stuff. To get the credits.
Right?
I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Left? Anyway, he said he's been doing something or other for, how many years? Well, anyway, I've got another trial to get to, so I better be... Huh? Oh no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, gotta go.
Keep my hearing up. I can't.
Nothing soothes the soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection. Still, I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium.
Miss Maya, afternoon training's about to begin.
Coming. Well, see you around, Nick.
Actually, that's not the voice that person should have had. Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth, I brought you your tea. What's going on?
Is he gonna be like one of those characters that pops up everywhere in each game?
Who, the bellboy? Right?
Right? Like Bert in Tremors?
Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book.
She liked that. I notice there's no end after that, part 10. Rise from the ashes. Trophy earned. Well, that's because this is a trilogy. Dun, 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 dun. Well, that is the end of the first Phoenix Wright game.
Okay.
Thoughts? Outro? That fun stuff? It sure is. It's time for season 2 of Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney.
So yeah, I enjoyed that.
Maybe I'll put the microphone close to you so it's not just mom singing in the background.
Good idea. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed the first part of the Phoenix Wright trilogy, because I sure did. Did you, Sheldon?
Oh, absolutely. And next time we play this, we'll be playing Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Justice for All.
Yes. But for now, we are going to have to leave it off so you don't have to hear Mom sing anymore.
She's getting louder and louder.
So yeah, thank you guys so much for watching. We'll be back for some more of Phoenix Wright. Or will we? So yeah, thank you guys so much for watching. We'll see you then. Bye guys.